Dick. I'm your driver. You're on Carnival Horizon, right? What are you at, Terminal D? All right. So when you go out, you're gonna walk to the left, and you're gonna go to the big buses, and you're gonna stay by parking spot A as an apple, and I'll see you. It should be before 9 o'clock. It should be like 8:50 or something like that. I'll be there. So when you walk out the terminal, you make a left, go to the big buses, parking spot A is an apple. Now listen, if the porters tell you that you can't wait there and that you shouldn't wait there, that you gotta go somewhere else, just tell them to mind their business. All right, bye. Silly, right? I'm sorry to bother you again. I just want to double check. Did you say D or F? Oh, I'm sorry. Then I gave you the wrong instructions. Then I'm sorry. So when you're gonna come out, you're gonna go to the right, and there's gonna be a food truck. So wait by the food truck. It's still by the big buses, but I thought I said F, but it's D, right? Yeah, so you see where they dropped you off at D? It was by the big buses, right? Yeah, so when you walk out the terminal, you make a right, and right by the big buses, there's a food truck. So wait by the food truck. The shuttle will be there about 8:50, between 8:50 and 9 o'clock, something like that. Yeah, so make a right when you exit the terminal, and go to the big buses. All right. It's kind of early. Maybe the food truck didn't get there yet, but it's definitely by the big buses. All right, bye.
K8 out.
baseball. The roof opens up on that. It costs more to park than it costs to see the game. $9 to get a ticket to go see the game. A guy bought me a ticket. It cost $9 from the scalper. It's even cheaper if you buy them like early. Nobody, it's all empty. They play fake applause and fake sounds in there. There's a DJ playing all sound effects in there. Baseball's done. Old man sport.
Is the Dolphin Stadium around here somewhere?
You can't see it from here. It's in North Miami, but it's not too far. It's about 20 minutes away. On the way to Fort Lauderdale to Miami, you see it.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you where the Heat play. You see that big round ball straight ahead out the windshield? Right before that round ball, look to the right.
K8 and
Right after this building, look to the right.
K8 and
So your ship is the big one all the way in the front. Yeah, it goes A, B, C, D, and that goes to, that's V, as in Virgin.
I see your shit on refresh. Yeah, thanks. I see this like sit at your home for the next 7 days.
You guys ever been to this terminal? What's your first opinion of it? Looks like this road on the left is not big enough, right?
Yeah. The one with the buses?
They made a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they got everybody all hands on deck to try to think that a person could make it better. Like as much personnel with whistles that they put there does not make it better. It's impossible to make it better. But there's gonna be 12 people blowing whistles.
So you gotta figure out which one to which.
Look at this. And all it takes is somebody to lose their mirror in here, and then there's a Latino fist fight. And that happens every morning. Look, somebody's gonna lose their mirror right there, like that guy in that black nice bus right there. Ridiculous, right? The logistics behind how they built it. And this just opened too, this month. That terminal just opened last month. That lane right there is going to that terminal. That's MSC's new terminal. Just opened up like a week ago. So when they designed this terminal, they made a big mistake. Yeah. Hey, Kendra. Yeah, I'm at Terminal A. I'll be by there. It'll be before 9 o'clock. So, was there a food truck? All right. So yeah. So it should be right before 9 o'clock. I'm at Terminal A. I'm just trying to get through traffic. All right. I'll see you soon. Bye. Look at this mess. We have to go in there too. Another guy with a whistle. Great. Really good. Look at these guys all backed up.
You have to get out?
Look at all these. Yeah, look at all these guys backed up over here. They must be paying him to be able to stay there. They won't let me stay there. Maybe because I don't speak Spanish. I can't even ask him, will you take this $20 to let me park that? Because I don't know how to say it. So that's what they're doing. It's $20, can I stay here? Every time we go around, we get charged. So it makes sense to try to wait. Though you're not allowed to wait, but you can see these guys are allowed to wait for some reason. Those are his cousins, probably.
Are they leaving or coming?
No, these people, right now people are coming and going. Yeah, they give a late embarkation time on this terminal specifically because of this. These are the biggest ships in the world, and this is the worst logistics. Look how big and beautiful they made that. That whole bottom line, that whole bottom is all parking lot right there. So they learned. MSC saw how Royal Caribbean screwed up their infrastructure, the logistics, and they did a great job over here. I was there only one time last weekend, and a terrific job they did here. This is very stupid. Look how we got to go up here and make a U-turn.
Yeah.
And then there's one lane for the biggest vehicles. Buses like that have to make a sharp U-turn right here. Another guy with a whistle. He's talking to his friend on the walkie-talkie. He doesn't know. He's not doing anything. There's the whistle. Terrible. Look at this. Oh, it's only going to get worse. In an hour, it's worse than this. Yeah, it's not. It seems bad now, but it's even worse in an hour.
Yeah, we were told to come early
Because people are still getting off. People are getting off till like 9:30, and everybody's getting dropped off now. So you're looking at, what is there, 8,000 people on that ship? 7,000 people? Everybody needs a car because there's nowhere to walk. You can't walk anywhere. So that means there's 10,000, 20,000 cars here every morning. Look at all these people waiting here. They're not allowed to be here. They're going to get hit by a car. They're not supposed to be over here. How's a guy going to stop and pick you up even if you are over here? Oh, you're going to wait right here? Really? Then I'm gonna go this way then. You're gonna wait right here? Okay. You're just gonna wait, you're gonna leave? Okay. Alright. Are we picking you up?
No.
Okay, good. Oh, you're gonna get out? You're gonna back out? Oh boy. Alright. Hold on. Alright. Okay. Oh, God! No, God! Okay. Hey. Go in the front. How are you, man? All right. Come stop. He knows me. He just knows he can't talk to me because I don't speak Spanish. Maybe. No. All right. I'll get you as close as I can anyway. You're going to be crossing the street anyway. There's a crosswalk. All right, so I got to find one of these guys with the white helmets. All right, let's go here. Okey-dokey. You gonna go over there? Okay, can I go in over here? Let me go in over here. I'm gonna go in right here. Let me, oh, you're gonna leave? No. I wanna go in here. Oh yeah, go. Go. Look at all these people up in front of the parking spot. I'm gonna break their knees if I pull in here. Yo! I'm dropping off. Look at these people. They're not supposed to be here. Nobody's supposed to be like this. Look at this. You can see how something's going to happen, right? Doesn't it feel like somebody's going to get their foot run over? I'm going to get you a porter. Kendra? Yeah, it's a white vehicle with a white trailer. Yeah, it'll be there in 5 minutes. All right. Is there a parking spot number, like a number that you're next to? All right. When I come in, you'll see the white van with the white trailer, and I'll honk the horn when I come in. All right. All right. Bye.
or just that?
Not just that, yeah.
So what time is it? So it gets here early, but it doesn't open yet. It's open at 9:30. All right, you guys going to Fort Lauderdale Airport Southwest?
What time's your flight?
1:30.
Oh, you got time. Okay, good. Only two ways off this island, and both of them are terrible. I could use the third way, but it's impossible to do it. A lot of people miss flights when it's days like today. people try to get an 11 o'clock flight. This lane is designated to go to the tunnel, but there's people in this lane that are trying to get to this lane to go straight.
Yep.
So we have to wait till that light turns green, red, green, red, green, red. Even though we don't have a light, we go straight to where that sign is, and we make a U-turn, and we go up there. We go in the tunnel. There's the entrance to the tunnel. But because people are in this lane trying to get to that lane, nobody honks the horn either, because there's nowhere they can go unless these people let them in. So this is just one of several bottlenecks on the island that there's nothing they can do about. And then these people are trying to get over too. Yeah, bottleneck city over here. Actually, that police officer is supposed to be helping us. And what is she doing? She's giving directions. She's not helping. She's supposed to be up here making sure that nobody does what I'm saying they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, she's supposed to be up here. You see how we're not going now, you see? Alright, come on. And then sometimes they even close the tunnel. Sometimes that thing says closed. That's another 45 minutes when that thing says closed. You're stuck on the island. You're either going to sit and wait for them to open it, or you're going to try to go take the bridge, and then everybody's taking the bridge. So, oh look, they're rerouting the traffic down to the cargo section right now. Or they're getting ready to reroute the traffic. That's what these guys are doing. Yeah, when the tunnel, they're not allowed to keep the cars in the tunnel. The fire department fires them. So if the car's back up in the tunnel, they get fined because there's a fire department on the island. And whenever the big ships are here, like Symphony, and well, your ship is big too, but there's a couple of that are bigger than yours here too right now. Did call me about an hour ago and told me that the two left lanes in I-95 North are blocked because of an accident, and I hope that doesn't affect us, because we're going to take the express lane, but sometimes he could be wrong. He could be wrong. The accident could be in the express lane. We're going to figure that out. We're going to find that out now. The GPS doesn't tell you, doesn't differentiate between the express lane and the 95 North. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen on the way home, on the way back to the airport. We'll see. This is a giant decorative arch that they're putting here.
Yeah, I see it on the way down.
Yeah, that's gonna be the future of Miami skyline for the next 150 years. They're gonna light it up so it's gonna be all lit like this, and they're putting a park down there, and there's gonna be a highway running right through it. It's gonna look like the arches are holding the highway, but it's not. That's gonna be an express lane going to the Miami airport. It's like a 15-year project. They're about halfway done. Today's the only day they don't work. They work every day but today. I watched them build it. Actually, yeah.
Work out on that.
Yeah, I just started doing this right when they started doing that. Pretty much. That's how long I've been doing this. I've been doing this as long as they started building that. And I feel like I've been doing this so long, but they've been doing that so long too. If you look to the left, you can see the old highway that they actually ripped up. This is probably one of the biggest infrastructure projects in the country. This is the old highway right here that you can see just ends right here. They took this apart right here. Yeah, it's very cool. Very cool. Look at those giant concrete blocks just to hold the highway down.
I know.
Oh, there is a guy working. I never seen anybody work on Sunday. God bless you, man. One guy's working on Sunday. Probably making triple pay.
More than likely.
Yeah, they needed him. The guy that works on Sunday, they really needed him. He's either backed up or he's got to do something getting ready for the crew tomorrow, because there's 1,000 guys here tomorrow working. Because they work all the way over here too. It's not just that one area. It's literally, it goes all the way to Miami Airport, this construction project. Look at all the cranes here. I gotta get over here. See, so 95 is blocked up. That's what's going on here. It's not supposed to be like this. You're gonna stop? No. It's not supposed to be like this. So I have a feeling that there's gonna be, there's gonna be a lot of traffic. This guy's gonna go in front too, right here. Yeah, he's gonna do what I'm gonna do. This guy, I have to do that now because they don't have polite drivers here. Nobody lets you in. You kind of have to force your way in. Unfortunately, it seems. Well, thank you very much. I gotta say thank you to him. That was very nice of him. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's see what's going on now.
Tell him I said Xavier's name is a friggin' Cabbage Patch dog.
Okay. All right, this is good. This is good.
Did you have
I just remember
a boy
seeing.
Cabbage Patch when you were
No, I
little?
just saw the commercials when I was a kid. I remember. That's how I know the name Xavier. It's the only
She
reason.
was on your
Only time
Christmas
I ever.
list, and it's the thing you never got from Santa. You always wished you could. Look at you all. Xavier, was he brown hair or blonde hair? Cabbage Patch. Gary.
I just know it's a Cabbage Patch. That's the only time I ever heard the name in my life. It was the name of the Cabbage Patch.
Nice one, Xavier.
And it's X-A-E-I-E-R.
Gotta love Sunday driving.
That's not too bad.
It's never like this, only on Sunday, so this is it. This is the best driving, Sunday morning. I'm sure everywhere in the world, I'm sure it's the best driving Sunday morning. Well, let's see. He said it was a major accident on this side, so let's see.
File your appeal, brother.
Xavier's the one.
They do fix the accidents pretty quick.
What's that?
There's no law enforcement on the highway, but the first responders and the police, they're all staying off the exits.
Yeah.
And and they wait for 911,
Yeah.
and they're quick. So when there's, I don't care if it's car turned over, car on fire, dead person, deceased victim. I mean, it's fast. It's fast. Yeah. They kind of like, you know how when like somebody's lost at sea, they have like a search and rescue, and then they have another phase after that. Here, that goes right to search and rescue, and there's no like enforcement of the actual action. It's just the recovery, the fix it, the cleanup, really. It's the cleanup, yeah. must be that accident he told me about. Because he said 95 north between the airport and the port. And this ain't normal. So this is what he was talking about.
K-bound.
Must be bad because it was over an hour ago he told me about it. And like I said, they're real quick.
Yeah, look at it.
Wow. There it is right there. I see it moving, so.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's not yet. No, I don't see it yet, no. Wow. We're getting off in 3 miles. The airport's 3 miles, so we're gonna be getting off and having to merge into that traffic. Because I'm sure it goes even after the airport, I'm sure. There it is right there.
There it is.
Wow, it's probably really bad. Wow. Well, at least it's before the airport. But with all this traffic backed up, it's going to be backed up all the way to Boca Raton.
K-8 bound. K-8 bound.
See the sign down. Oh, right there.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, he went through the sign.
Oh,
The car was down on the bank.
oh. Maybe they're waiting for a record then. They should have been here by now. Like I said, they're all waiting. They're all waiting, like right off the exit. Something maybe if somebody passes away, it takes a lot longer. They do an investigation and all that. Come out, take video, pictures, and all that. Get depositions from witnesses. Yeah. They actually review the footage because all of this highway is on video. So they actually go through the video, and then they can actually see the accident. Yeah, so here they're making the street wider here. Yeah, all over South Florida, all infrastructure. That's pretty cool. It ain't easy because these are bridges. It ain't easy to, it's crazy to do. Think about it, because this is a suspended highway. It's one of the hardest things to probably do. Is, this thing dropped off right there, right where that blacktop was. It dropped, and they just added another lane. Yeah. Then they had to put a whole new truss up. Yeah, it's unbelievable, and they're doing it up and down the whole 95. There's all the staging area of all the stuff right there. Yeah, that's because this is the entrance to the airport, really. So they probably needed more ways for kids by. This is one of the bottlenecks, so yeah, it makes sense. Bad for those people in that traffic, but I can't imagine how long they've been in that traffic. Like I said, he told me about it over an hour ago. So, how far do you think that traffic moved in an hour? Not very much. Yeah. Pretty much every trip I do back and forth, there's an accident. So, I got to pick up people here at 10:20 and bring them back to the port. And there'll be another accident on the way there. So every trip, there's at least one accident. We didn't see one, so we were lucky. We didn't see one. Yeah, we didn't see one. But no, actually, we did. We did see one. That was the one that was there. We just weren't in it. But that was the accident coming from south to north. And now when I go back, most likely, there shouldn't be on Sunday because there's not a lot of traffic, but people do drive fast when there's no traffic. Yeah. everybody's going to Southwest. I know I asked you that. I'm just double checking. Right? Everybody's on Southwest, right? Yeah.
that's disgusting. What?
Wendy was going Shuttle was going down on Dale.
Yeah, right. He was grabbing my head.
Most of the work I do is from Fort Lauderdale.
Is that right, eh?
No, not today. It's because the flights are cheaper in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
So I gotta put these on. So Norwegian, right?
Yeah.
Or Miami.
But we have to wear a seatbelt?
We're going on the highway now.
Oh, okay. So, yes,
Wow. Your choice.
Okay. Let's try this again.
Yeah, but you said you wanted to die.
I don't know. We don't know that. Well, he's flipped his car flipped. He was thrown from the car. And he landed on the car. Many cases. Are you there yet? Exactly. I think it all depends on
I say we get there at 11:40. 11:40, I say.
That's perfect time.
Maybe later.
Left 30 to 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I think so.
11:30, I think.
So that'd be perfect time?
There really is no check-in time. That's embarkation time is.
No, they made us pick a time to check in.
I know, but what I'm told is they give you the time to check in because obviously it's it's obvious that you know what's best for you, right?
Right.
So that's the first thing. Some cruise lines don't let you pick. Some cruise lines just pick for you, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, everybody can board the ship at 10:30 to 3:30. Everybody.
Yeah.
So it's not like a dinner reservation where if you miss your embarkation time, you don't get to board. The whole idea of a check-in time is to literally give every 1,000 people a different time, so not everybody shows up at the port at the same time.
Yeah.
So even though they're letting you pick your time, once 1,000 people pick your time, that time is no longer available. Do you understand? So they have a system where they're letting you pick, but the first 1,000 people that pick that time, then that time is no longer valid. Now the other times they have to pick. And then you'll go online and say, oh 11 o'clock is already picked. Let me pick 12, or let me pick 10:30. So so don't, know in the future that it's great that you can pick the time, but it really doesn't matter. Like I said, there's a line outside, and nobody's asking you your embarkation time.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a line, and you're going to get on that line no matter what time you have. You're not getting in front of the line, so that the time really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It's just this.
Makes you schedule your day.
Yeah, it is. This island is so crowded that they have to figure out ways to prevent people from getting there at the same time. they really don't want people getting there early.
No.
Because that's when people are getting off. So that's
Right.
why they started doing embarkation times to begin with. Because at first they weren't, and people were just getting there at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
and now
shit.
that's why they give times late, 10:30, 11, 12.
Give everybody a chance to
1.
get off.
Yeah, if they don't give the embarkation time, everybody will show up too early, and the island's too crowded. And they actually get fined. The fire department actually fines them for having too many people on the island.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah,
I saw that.
because the fire department can't operate. They can't. The fire truck can't leave
Yeah.
if there's a fire. That fire department services downtown Miami.
Oh,
If
yeah.
if there's too many people on the island, the fire department can't go. Can't back out the truck. So yeah, it's the times are not. You know, to be honest with you, the perfect time to get there is 1 o'clock. As crazy as that sounds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the perfect time to get to the ship.
We only picked this time because you got to check out by 11 o'clock at the hotel, so
Yeah.
we figure we might as well go right there, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
But in the future, you know that the later you get there, the less people are on the island, the less people are in line, and the more you can easily just walk on the ship.
Okay.
Yeah, no matter what time you have, the earlier you get there, the more stressful it is, and the more commotion it is. You know, and it should be okay when we get there. We'll see. I mean, I was there 3 times,
It's
and
all part of vacation. You gotta pack your patience and
yeah, I mean, it's like hurry up and wait. It's like hurry up and wait over there. Yeah, it's really hurry up and wait. That's why I say the locals that go to the port, that live in Fort Lauderdale, Miami, man, they like pick me up at 12 o'clock, you know, from their house. And then, and then usually when I get there, most of the people are off the island. Maybe the line is small. Maybe they can just walk right on. Yeah, there's a sweet spot between like 12:30 and 3:30, or 12:30 and 3. And a lot of the locals choose to get there at that time. Yeah, that's what I would suggest. But of course, if you got to check out of a hotel, you don't want to be waiting around. You got to get there. Yeah.
cars on the
Sit and wait there, or we go stand and wait in line.
Yeah. And on purpose, there's nothing to do there too. They do that on purpose. There's nowhere to sit. There's no bathrooms. There's no bottled water. The cell service sucks.
Where at the port?
At the port. There's no businesses there. There's no restrooms. There's no bottled water. Have you guys been there before?
I thought we cruised out of Miami once years and years ago.
Yeah,
right?
well, on purpose, it would be an unbelievable tourist destination. It would be unbelievable because it's open to the public. You can just drive on that island but the reason why there's no businesses there, and there's no bathrooms, and there's no bottled water or nothing, is because they don't want people on that island. But there's still people's sightseeing on there. They want to drive next to the ships.
Is there anywhere that we could stop just prior to hit the washrooms then?
No, there'll be a washroom in the
Yeah, but once you're in the terminal, you're literally you're good to go.
Oh, in the terminal.
But what I'm saying is,
Oh.
every terminal is air conditioned, has bathrooms, has vending machines, has good Wi-Fi. But when you're outside that terminal,
Outside the terminal. Okay, I got you.
which is where I'm dropping you off, outside the terminal, right? When you're outside that terminal, there's usually a line, right? Early, like if you're there before like 11:30, there's usually a line. And if you're in line and you want to use the restrooms, you literally are gonna have to go beg security, like get in front of the line, right?
Right.
And maybe he'll do it. I'm sure he'll do it. You know, they might have somebody go in there with you. You'll have to show your ID and stuff. It's probably something that you don't want to go through. They do that on purpose because they don't want people getting there early and hanging out. You know,
Yeah.
they want people
So
getting there
that
later.
paperwork you gave me, that's what we need to get off. I mean, it says
The 2 sheets with the barcodes.
well, yeah, I've got them in the carry-on. I put any paperwork I had in the carry-on.
If you open the app, Casey, isn't all the stuff on the app?
I think so, it is as well.
I'll look on my phone.
Okay, you do that.
See it. Cruise details. Guest details.
Does it say you're at Terminal B, as in boy?
Terminal? Maybe the paperwork. Remember? Here, I've got the
My
paperwork.
paperwork's in the back.
I've got mine. Hang on.
Okay, good.
Hang on.
We just have to, even though I was there a couple of times, I don't really pay attention, but
Doesn't say.
sometimes there's 2 Norwegian ships, so we have to make sure that when I'm going to go to the Norwegian terminal, we just have to make sure that that's your ship. If not, it's at another terminal.
It's the encore that we want.
But yeah, our paperwork here, it doesn't show
Oh, actually, I got a video this morning. Let me see. I think it is the Encore. Let me see. I got a video today of your ship then.
So your boarding passes are on the e-docs on the app.
Well, we printed ours up.
Yeah, so we.
It's where, Casey?
E-docs.
Yeah.
The app?
There's your ship right there coming out of Terminal A,
Okay.
Terminal A, okay.
and there's the front of your ship. You see it?
Okay, yeah.
I don't see where the e-docs are, Casey.
Actually, look, there's your ship right there.
Go to here.
Yeah, so you're Terminal B.
That says excursion. Mine.
We're on Terminal B.
Yeah, your Encore's
Mine
at B,
says
yeah.
excursions there, and then it says dining, and then my purchases, and then bags.
Yeah, you guys are gonna
I
have
don't have that.
you guys are gonna have to show me how to.
I don't have e-doc there. Mine just says excursion.
Well, I've got both of ours on here
Yeah,
anyways.
I know I printed that. I had docs and the docs printed up.
Mine just says excursion. It doesn't say it.
E-docs, yeah, I got it. Right up there. So open this app right here.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, you'll have to show.
Yeah, I got this right, Casey.
Yep.
Yeah, I got.
You can give them the paper ones or you can give them this.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Easy. I don't have that though.
What are you in? Open. I have no idea. Maybe I opened the wrong Norwegian thing.
It might be just updating it.
we need, I mean, I'm using. I gotta try.
There it is. In the top left corner. Okay.
I walked the jet today.
So I'm just as well to leave this open.
Check. Yep. Just read it.
That'll be fine.
Oh, yeah.
I know I've got the paperwork in the
Yep.
bag just in case.
For sure.
Yeah, mine needs to go open like yours, but before you open it, for some strange reason, you get the proper app.
Oh, I don't know. But see, I don't open it.
$3.49 per gallon.
Well, April 1st, our ship comes what, 15 cents off?
Yeah, 15, 20 cents.
Oh, do you think right on that day they're gonna drop it?
No.
Yeah, right.
No, that's not
Does
good.
gas always just drop like a rock?
Well, he said he was taking the carbon tax off the app.
He said he's lowering it. No, after the election, he gets it.
And then it's going back up.
Are you guys Canadian?
Yep.
Oh boy.
So.
Sorry to hear that.
Went to the gas station.
Yeah, we agree.
I just said gas. The price of gas. How does that lead to politics?
Because our price of our gas.
Our gas just really hit under $3 just this couple of weeks ago. Here, because we're by the highway, it's always a little more, and by the airport, it's a little more. But if you just know where to go in your local neighborhood, it's like $2.79, $2.80 a gallon right now, which is the lowest it's been in probably 5-6 years. It went down in the last couple of weeks. I actually go to. You guys ever heard of BJ's?
No.
You ever heard of Costco?
Yep.
BJ's is Costco's competitor.
Okay.
And if you have a BJ's card, you get gas for 20 cents cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
You pay $50 for the card a year.
Yeah, our Costco has gas stations.
Yeah, so our Costco has gas and BJ's has gas, so I can get the gas for $2.49 a gallon with the BJ's card.
Yep.
Yeah, by my house. Yeah.
When I checked.
Yeah, we're paying double what they're paying.
And your dollar's 30% less than ours.
40.
40, yeah.
I feel bad when Canadians tip me. I'm like, the tip's included, don't worry. Really? Yeah, you're Canadian? Yeah, the tip's included. Yeah.
Guess you ain't getting a nickel.
Oh, he's getting it.
No, I don't know. Yeah, you don't got to tip me. Don't worry about it. You're going to need all your money. You're going to need to save as much money as
We're
possible.
giving you a tip, not much, but
It's
a
only-
little bit.
No, it's okay. You guys keep it. You guys, gas is going down, and I you know, I'm doing really good. I'm doing really well.
We give
My forecast and my outlook looks really great, and in my opinion, yours looks kind of bleak.
bleak. It's not even bleak.
I
It's
share
downright
your
shit.
feelings.
Well, I'm talking about the future. Like, you know, my future's as costs go down here and interest rates go down and stuff, things get better, right? We live in a place where people, you know, I never have a shortage of customers. Let's put it that way, right? But the more inexpensive it is in our country, the more people that come on vacation, right?
Yeah.
So even in hard times, people are still cruising. So this business is kind of recession proof. But in your case, you know, it's too expensive for only wealthy Canadians are going to want to come here, if they even want to come here at all in the future, right?
Yeah.
They might be brainwashed to never even want to step foot in this country again, right? But if you do, it is going to be a lot more expensive in the future than it is now for you. Yeah.
Everything's gonna be more expensive for us.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and it comes back
I lived in
home.
I lived in Montreal for 9 months, so I love Canada.
Oh, Montreal's nice.
I lived in next to McGill University. You know McGill?
No,
I lived
know
on-
of it, but
Yeah, I lived in a street called St. Catherine Street and Elmer Street. First time I ever had brisket was in Montreal. It was in the late '80s, no, mid '80s. It was in the mid '80s. I spent about 8-9 months there. Yeah.
and poutine.
Dorval Airport, right?
Poutine came from Quebec. Poutine.
Love my poutine.
They actually were very rude to me there because I didn't speak French.
Yeah, the Quebecers are.
And my girlfriend, who spoke like 4 languages, she was from Athens, and she spoke 4 languages, French included. I remember her before she went to school in the morning. She was going to McGill University to get a teaching degree, and she walked me down to St. Catherine's after. She asked me, "How'd you like the brisket?" I'm like, "It was all right, but they really were really weird with me there." And she goes, "Why? I go there every morning. They're lovely people." I'm like, "They're not lovely. They're not lovely to me." So she walked me down there, and she introduced me and spoke French to all the people there. And she said, "Nick, they apologize. They're not going to act like that anymore when you come tomorrow." Because I was going every morning for brisket and food, and the next day I went, they were even meaner. So even after she said she cleared it up with them, they would not want to serve me. They ignored me, so I didn't go back. I never told my girlfriend, but I never went back there again because she would have went back there and got more mad, and that was her spot. It was funny. I laughed about it then, and I laugh about it now. I didn't go back there. I started eating something.
Some Quebec people are rude and we don't know how to speak French.
Is it still like that?
Yeah,
Yes.
Wow, that was 20 years ago. Beautiful city, but I remember that. Beautiful city.
There's a lot of Canadians that don't know how to speak French either, so
Yeah.
Most Canadians don't.
yeah.
Most Canadians
Like,
don't
I don't
give
think
a shit
anybody in this
either.
vehicle knows how to
The
speak
hell,
French.
There was a point in time when we were short on children's medication, and there was lots you could get from the States, but the Canadian government wouldn't let them in because the French wording on the box didn't exist because it had you come in again to speak French. But so we're gonna make children suffer.
Hey, let me tell you something. Americans think people in Paris and people in France are at least the Americans that travel, which is a very few amount. But the international travelers in North America, in this country, think the French are the rudest Europeans out of every European country. And if you think about it, that is probably the rudest population in your country too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what Trump says? He says, in dealing with every country for the first 4 years of my presidency, and now dealing with the Trudeau administration, they are the rudest. And it's weird for Trump to call negotiating rude. That shows you what he thinks of Canadians. Believe it or not, half of what's happening to your country is because of the way your representative negotiated with him.
We know it.
thinking
We had 9 years of an asshole.
thinking that they were above any kind of repercussions from him.
That's because he's French. Trudeau is French.
And unfortunately, if you want me to shut up? Okay. No, that's what I know what that means. You must be French.
She's just tired of politics.
You rude bitch. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a
Yeah, I
joke.
don't like to listen to politics.
I feel like I'm not talking about politics, but okay, well, I'll shut up. I think it's really about culture, okay? Not politics. It's really culture. We are so much the same, but there's a population and a percentage of population that the culture's different there. As Americans, we're not even Americans. Anybody can be an American. All you gotta do is move here. But can anybody be a Canadian? No. Can anybody be an Italian or a Greek?
No, you can't.
In other words, you can't be a German or French or Italian. You can't go there and become one. But in this country, you can come here and be an American. So anybody can be an American. We have people from all over that are Americans, but we don't have a certain type of person that is different than everyone else. Even though we have all these nationalities, we're all still kind of American. But the French in Quebec, like you say, is probably so snobby compared to the rest of them and those are the ones that were in Trudeau's cabinet, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know about your parliament and all that. I just know about what I hear on the news. And I know that his representatives, which are street guys from New York, trying to negotiate and bring those guys to reason, let's say, and say, listen, if negotiate, right? And they were not having it. They were like, we're gonna fight. We're gonna, and that's why Trump started all that bullshit with 51st state. He's gonna be like, it was all a joke. He's doing it as a joke to show that, you have those people that are in his administration have no business trying to negotiate with us. And in a way, it's a kind of ironic because when I lived there, I looked at them as, just superior. They really felt like, they could really box me out of that business. And my girlfriend just said, don't worry about it. Just, that's the way they are, don't worry about it. And if that's his government, right? And they're the same type of people all these years later, I don't know, it's just unfortunate, the parliament should be representative of the people, and you're the people. So it should be, that's what Trump got elected, because he's kind of like us, kind of. He might be a billionaire, right? But he's more like us than most other politicians. He's more like an American, more like me. I'm a New Yorker. I was born in New York, right next to him. My father was born in New York, right next to where they're from, and also I'm very much have the same mentality as him. I grew up, maybe not wealthy, but I grew up 20 minutes from Trump.
What made you leave New York to come here?
No. In 1992, I went to school in Orlando, and I never been to Florida before, but I did go to school there. And then just my whole experience of going to school there, I just loved it. I loved Florida, I loved Orlando, and I just never went back to New York. And I don't like Orlando now, because while I was in Orlando, I came to South Florida, and I said, this is even better than Orlando. So now I never would go to Orlando. This is, to me, the best place in the country. That's the football field over there. Miami Dolphins play there. And the F1 race, the Miami Grand Prix, the F1 race is around that stadium.
So are you still a Giants fan, or now are you a Miami fan?
No, I'm not into sports. No.
Good man.
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about sports. No. But I did pick up a bunch of people from Buffalo this morning, and they were all wearing the Buffalo shirts.
Buffalo Bills?
I don't know if it said the Bills, but I remember looking at that color, the red and the blue.
Red and blue, yeah.
And I said, Buffalo? And I said, because I remember I picked them up when I picked them up at the airport, I always can see where the people are from, if I look. And I remember it was BUF, which must be the abbreviation for the Buffalo Airport.
International, yeah.
Yeah, so I picked them up, and they were all wearing blue and red. I said, Buffalo? And they're like, yeah, we're from Buffalo. I said, that's a Buffalo Bills shirt? And they said, kinda. So they
wearing the team colors.
Yeah, they basically had some shit written on front of it. I didn't know what it said. I didn't look at it, but it was in the Buffalo Bills colors. Yeah, it looked like a Buffalo Bills shirt, but it was something they ordered online probably.
They've got some diehard fans in Buffalo.
Yeah, they do, yeah. People say because there's nothing to do in Buffalo. You know, if there's nothing to do in your town, you're really a football fan. If you have name a city that has nothing going on, that's got a national football league, right?
Green Bay.
Yeah.
Green Bay's a pretty small little town.
Right, and look how fanatical they are of cheeseheads.
Yeah.
Right, so in Miami, not so much, right? Not so much. You know why? Because Miami's got so much going on.
Beaches and basketball. And
Yeah, even the baseball teams, the baseball stadium's empty. I mean, nobody goes to see.
Nobody goes to any baseball anymore.
Yeah, but the tickets are $9. The $9. It was 20. I went. One of my clients asked me to bring them there, and the tickets were $9 to get in, and it was $25 to park. I paid $25 to park and $9 to get in to watch the game. And it was all fake. It was all fake. There was a DJ, and every time the guy hit the ball, the DJ would play the sound effect of the people clapping. And I asked him, what's going on? Because I was standing at the bar in center field, and the DJ was right above me, and I was watching him, and I'm like, man, he's playing this. Where's all this applause coming from? The stadium's empty. And then the concession girl that I was talking to said they do that for TV. So that way, when you're watching TV, they always fill up the stadium where the camera goes. So that way you kind of look like behind home plate and first base and stuff. But the whole stadium could be empty. But there's 2,000 people there, 1,000 people there. So yeah, the baseball stadium's empty. Yeah.
Signal stored.
Your hockey team's doing good this year too.
Yeah, I did go to a hockey game. I did go to a hockey game last year. I left too soon because I hate all the traffic, and it was like an unbelievable ending that I missed.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot what it was. It was last year where they were like, I don't know if they were up or down, but the last quarter was an amazing moment for them at the PAM, and I missed the whole thing. Yeah. We saw it on the news. I'm like, I can't believe that was the game we're at. They went crazy the last quarter, banging on the glass, and we won. And it was kind of boring up until then. It was pretty cool. I like it because it's cold. What airline did you fly in on?
WestJet.
WestJet. You heard of Porter?
Yep.
And you heard of Flair?
Yep.
Yeah, those are popular Canadian now.
Yep.
And obviously Air Canada. So
Air
there's
Canada.
4 then, huh? 4 airlines that come into Fort Lauderdale from Canada then. I mean, I guess the majors do too, or
Yeah,
no?
we can get Delta. And
American or no?
Yeah, I think American flies out of Toronto.
You just came to any other foreign airlines to fly domestic, for us domestic trips.
Oh.
They're not allowed. We
I'm-
pay really high prices because number one, the taxes are so high on our airports, and number two, because we have less competition than the Americans do. Because any airline can fly here, right?
Yeah.
Even fly domestic trips. But our government won't allow it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's another reason why your costs are so high.
That's right.
He doesn't want to deregulate your country is what it is. And that's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to, well, if you think about it, I spoke to Canadians when they were flying Air Canada, and they used to all complain of how much the ticket was, and that's why Flair and Porter started. Because now I don't pick up anybody from Air Canada anymore. Nobody. And I used to pick up a lot from Air Canada, but I've been doing this for almost 10 years, so Porter and Flair have not been here for 10 years. They've been here for 4 years. So only the past 4 years have I started picking up people from Porter and Flair and WestJet. And obviously it's because the Air Canada tickets were so expensive, and they were the only game in town for a long time. They used to have their own terminal at Fort Lauderdale. Terminal 2 at Fort Lauderdale Airport was really just Air Canada. And then they added Delta, because I think Delta helps them. When Air Canada's booked up, Delta helps out Air Canada. And then now all the other airlines are taking all their business away. Yeah, Air Canada is like, your Air Canada is like our American Airlines. And our American Airlines is our most expensive airline. Budget, Spirit, and JetBlue and Southwest, those are the budget airlines like Porter, Flair, and WestJet.
We flew into Tampa on, well, it started with an F. What did we fly into?
Frontier?
Frontier,
Yeah. Oh, so you do, Canadians do Frontier too?
Well, we drove to Buffalo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we flew down for $75 each and flew back for $89.
But you had to do it from
Buffalo.
Now, isn't that a shame? Look what, and look what you're forced to do, right? It is ridiculous, right? And actually, I don't mean to bring it up again, but let me just say this. When Trump says Canadians, they say half of Canada, they say, I don't know if it's true, I don't think you know if it's true, who knows what it's true, but they say half of Canada would like to be part of America. Maybe not a state, but the same.
I don't think so.
You don't think it's half?
No. I don't even think it's an eighth.
Really?
No.
But if your costs, if your housing and your interest rates and the money exchange and energy and everything was cheaper, why wouldn't they?
I would like to be part of the U.S. as over being ruled by liberals. That's all I can say.
Say it again?
Like, if we have to live under liberal rule anymore, I'd rather be part of the States.
Oh, well, you are going to be under liberal rule. You're turning into Australia. We were turning into you. Okay, that's what was going on in this country. We were turning into Canada, and Canada's turning into Australia. You know, I had a client from Sydney the other day. You know what they told me? They got a ticket for leaving their convertible top down.
Wow.
You can't leave your convertible top down when you
It's your
park your
fucking
car.
car.
You know what else you can't do? You can't keep your doors unlocked. You can't leave your windows unlocked. If you leave your windows down, your convertible down, or your doors unlocked, there's people that work for the Australian government that will walk by a car and try to open it. And if that door opens, you get a ticket. If the window's open, if the top's down, you get a ticket. I guarantee one day that's going to happen in your country. And you know what the logic is? You're making it too easy for the criminals, which would steal, and then that affects the insurance rates. So for them to keep the insurance rates down, they're trying to prevent the criminals from doing anything to your car.
Why don't they just actually jail the criminals instead of just letting them
Well,
go?
liberal policies don't jail the prisoners, right? And they kind of capitulate towards them.
Yep.
But as you see, if you watch the real news in this country, Trump's actually going overboard to punish them, which is ridiculous what he's doing. You see what he's doing, right?
Yeah.
He's flying people to El Salvador now,
Yeah.
the most roughest prison, and mostly he's doing it to scare people, to create the illusion that it's possible. It's probably not going to happen, but it's possible. Like, it's possible Canada can become a 51st state. It's highly unlikely. It's possible we're going to take you to El Salvador. It's highly unlikely, but that's the difference between a liberal policy and a conservative policy. He ain't having it. You heard what they're doing, all the Tesla stations?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's friends with Trump, right?
Yeah.
Trump just started saying that you get 20 years in federal prison. It used to be like a 5-year prison sentence.
Yeah.
Arson. It's arson, right?
Yeah.
If you burn down a Charger, vandalize a car, just a Tesla, not any other car, or damage a dealership, you get hit with a federal crime of domestic terrorism, and it's a minimum mandatory 20 years in prison.
Yeah.
And you know who's doing all the vandalism? Transgender people. They caught 3 of them already, and they're trying to give them 20 years. They're all crying. 2 of them are transgender. They're trying to ask these 3, we're going to give you probation. Just tell us who gave you money to do it, because we know you didn't just go online and just decide to do this on yourself. We know that. You guys are the same ones that are doing Antifa. You're doing the same shit. Somebody's paying you, and they're trying to get the money man. They're trying to get who's organizing it. And it's very interesting. I follow it. You know, in my Facebook feed, I get a lot of stuff about it. So I think that's fascinating that they're threatening these 20-year jail times. And guess what? This vandalism is going to stop.
Oh, yeah.
You know, how many? They might have burned 20 cars. They might have damaged the dealership, but in reality, that's nothing.
They're doing it up in Ontario, too.
Oh, they are. Well,
Yeah.
look, and let's see what that government does.
They'll walk in. They'll let them walk out.
Or they might be actually incentivizing it and letting, maybe they want it to happen. Like there's liberals in this country that are actually promoting that.
Yeah.
It's terrible. They're actually saying, I have a friend that's telling me, look what Elon's doing now. My stock went down. I'm like, so go buy more. His stock is less than what it was. Bought it for $300 a share, my friend. It's crazy, right? $300. Now it's $200, $210, $215. It was $400. So he got money, the guy. You know, he's a lawyer. And he bought some Tesla stock because his financial guy told him to do it. Now he lost money. I said, you only lose money when you sell the stock. It's going to go back up.
Yeah.
You should buy more, because now if you buy more, it offsets what you paid for it. Because I don't have any more money. I put it all in there. I'm like, well, then you just wait it out. But he was blaming Elon for the stock to go down. I'm like, and he's a liberal, Democrat liberal. And I'm like, what do you? I mean, him and I are very good friends, but we kind of think opposite. I'm like, don't you understand that it's the criminal that made the stock go down? He's the one that's hurting the brand, the criminal, not what Elon's doing.
You don't think Trump is deliberately tanking the stocks and shit in the economy so that the rich can buy more and then come out of it even richer?
No. I know, listen to me. I know, and I had a conversation with this about a Canadian the other day that watches MSNBC and CNN. If you watch MSNBC and CNN, yes, I could see why you would think that. I wouldn't think that you're ignorant. And his wife was telling her husband, it was a senior citizen, and he was a constable. You call your officers constables, right? Or you used to? Did you used to call?
Yeah.
Mounties or something?
Yeah.
Guys on horses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a senior citizen born and raised in Canada that was in the military in Canada, and I don't know what he called himself. He was telling me, and he was like arguing with me, and I said, he goes, I watch American news. I know what's going on. And his wife says, my husband sits in front of the TV all day. They were old, like 70 or 80 years old, both of them. And I said, well, what station does he listen to? And I knew it. He says he listens to the international stations, MSNBC and CNN. And I'm like, well, those are, liberal networks. I mean, if you listen to Fox News, you'll hear a conservative view, and it's more fair. It's more, less critical. It's just giving you the facts. And he says, oh, Fox is fake news. So, it's very hard for you to understand what's really going on if you're listening to what they call the echo chamber of that news
I'm just
organization.
thinking economics-wise.
Well, first of all, let me just say this. Trump doesn't own any stock, at least what I know about him. He doesn't own any stock, and he said since he was a young boy, his father taught him this, that a stock could go to zero. His father taught him this. A stock can go to zero. A company can go out of business. People can embezzle, right? The market could crash. But real estate can never be worth zero. He says even if a tornado and an earthquake takes down the building, the land is the most valuable thing, my son. And where we're buying land is the most expensive and priceless land in the world. And that was what his father did, his grandfather did, and now Trump's did. So if Trump Tower got knocked down by a bomb, same guys that did the World Trade Center, the terrorists, the property alone would be worth millions of dollars, right? So in a way, what I've heard about Trump is that he's not invested, and he said it a couple of times, if you Google it, that he has no stocks. He's not invested in it. He says that his kids do, and his family's heavily invested in it. But what he's learned from his father is that when he has money to invest, he invests in real estate, and that's what he taught his kids. But his kids are in a different generation, and supposedly they're all invested in the stock market. So when you talk about tanking the stock market, I don't think he's doing anything to tank the stock market. I think everything he's doing is try to pay off our deficit, which is the key to inflation and the key to our interest rates. And nobody would ever pay it off because we're such a powerful country that we would just keep borrowing, and then raising taxes and taxes like you. Like I said, we were becoming like Canada. So higher interest rates every year, more expensive houses, very few people that can get a mortgage. So we were you know, that's the way it is in your country. You got to be rich to buy a house in your country. It used to be not like that. Like I bought my house, you know, for $274,000 and 15 years ago. It's worth $1 million now. That's great, you know. For 15 years to have that kind of you know, return is unbelievable. But I could never sell my house, even with all that money, and go buy something else. I still couldn't do it. It's just that expensive now. But it shouldn't be that way. And so what's going to happen is it is going to reverse. It'll take more time than he has in office. But if people like him continue in that trajectory, in the next 10 years, 20 years, America could be, like he said, the golden age, where like in the 50s and 60s, the average garbage man and the average police officer and the average fireman had a nice house, had a caddy in the garage. His kids had all bicycles that were going to school, that were going on vacation in the Hamptons or in the, you know, whatever. And nobody can even afford to have a family these days, you know. So in a way,
and here is better than where we're from.
well, like I said, but we have a way to get things better. We have a way to get things better. He's trying to get things better. With the way things were going, it would have kept getting worse. Your country needs to be on a trajectory to try to get better too.
Yeah.
And that's what he's saying. Trump's saying he doesn't think that Canada's going to get better, but he wants it to get better. But his logic is, you're going to need our help. You know, and a lot of Canadians are, like those French, stubborn. You sound a little stubborn too. And, you know, maybe you look at his personality, but he's bullying your country. But in reality, I look at it like he knows that you're our neighbor and that you're our friends, and he wants to help your country. And yeah, there's going to be some things that you're not going to like that he wants to do. But I think the long-term trajectory of Canada would be same as United States. If you don't go along with the United States and you choose to go to Australia, you know, you're the one that's going to get the tickets for leaving your windows open in your car, and everybody gets a ticket for touching their cell phone, and there's no gas. Everything's going to be electric. No oil. No oil's going to be $7 a liter. And then guess what? Sooner or later, you're not even going to be able to come here to go to Buffalo to fly. You won't even be able to do that. Your country's going to punish you. Your country's not going to let you go to Buffalo. That's my opinion, and I'm just a shuttle driver. I don't have no, you know, I'm just a shuttle driver. So if I think that, if I think that, then there's got to be some kind of logic behind it. It's a shame. It really is. It's a shame. And you should look at him as not somebody that's trying to get rich. Oh my God, he has so much. Listen, he has much more money than anybody even knows about. The money that Trump has he has 3 times as much as anybody would imagine. I'm going to tell you that, 3 times as much. It's just that he knows how to hide it, and he's a very good businessman, one of the best in the world. You know, Elon Musk has all his stocks and money, so it's easy to find out what Elon Musk owns. Whatever his company is evaluated at, and how much stock he has, right? He has 18% of Tesla stock. Well, do the math. How many shares? 18%. How much is the share today? That's how much he's worth just in that one company. Now he's got several companies, so he's the richest, one of the richest guys in the world, right? You think they're really, when you're that rich, do you think money is a motivating factor? Do you think going to Mars and spending money that Elon spends when he lives like a pauper? He lives like a pauper. Guy doesn't collect anything, doesn't have a boat. He's got an old Jaguar and a Tesla. That's what he's got. He lives at Mar-a-Lago now. Now he's living where Trump lives. He lives in Trump's house now, and he lives with friends in wherever in Austin. He lives in his friend's house. He's not about money. This guy made money so easy. He started PayPal and became a millionaire, multi-millionaire when he was 20. And you can see his lifestyle. He's not about money, Elon. He's a visionary, like Einstein. So you can see Trump and Elon are like this now. They're best friends. And it's because there's your ship right there, the second one. I'm going to stop talking now. It's the second one in. The first one is Royal Caribbean, Symphony of the Seas, and the second one is
ships. Holy shit.
Actually, that's not that many of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's usually 2 more. See the 2 empty spots? There's usually one there, and there's usually one there. That one's adult only. This one right here,
The Virgin one, yeah.
Yeah, adult only.
I haven't heard.
I want to go.
That's been on.
It's very expensive. It's $2,200 for 4 days.
Oh wow.
It's very expensive. That's the one I want to go on, but I want to go on.
It's just a couple's one. There's no kids.
No kids.
No, not couples. No, it's not couples. It's just no kids.
Adults.
Yeah, adults only. But a lot of groups. Like a lot of ladies go. Like I've taken like you know, women in their 50s and 60s, like 6 women. You know, it's very popular for women to create a girls trip and do that. The guys don't do it. That's kind of gay. But the girls do it.
Cougars week.
Yeah, like I don't know what's going on that ship, but like you never get a bunch of guys saying, "Hey, you want to go on a cruise?"
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't happen. At least not in this country. It doesn't
A lot
happen.
of single ladies.
But for some reason, the single ladies. Look how busy the tunnel is. Look at this. Oh boy, I told you. It's not supposed to be like this.
We'll get there.
No, I know, but what they're gonna do is, I know what they're gonna do. So this would be really easy to get you to your ship, but what's gonna happen is we're gonna get rerouted all the way to the cargo section, and then we're gonna have to come back this way and go like that, like that. So it could take no bullshit. It could take 45 minutes right now to get out of the van.
Holy shit.
And we're not even on the right now. We're under the water.
You got a good driver to listen to. I like it.
Yeah.
Well, right now we're under the water, but when we come out of this tunnel, we're on the island.
K8 and
And does anybody know what the island's called on the map?
No.
No. I'll give you a clue. It's the name of it. It's the name of a car. The car company might have been out of business now, but it's the name of a car company. It has 5 letters and starts with a D.
Dodge.
Yes. Very good. Wow. Very high IQ, as Trump would say. High IQ. You're a high. Hey, you're a high IQ individual. That's what Trump says. Yeah. So this is called Dodge Island. It was named after a man back in the day. So this is a man-made island. The right side of the island, which is the south side of the island, is all the cargo ships.
K8 and
The east side is
Bring
the
your money
cruise
for
ship.
right answers.
God damn.
Oh my.
So I just read something on Facebook that America's coming out with a $250 bill,
Oh yeah.
and
Really?
for Trump's face.
Oh.
Oh my God.
And Boeing just made a supersonic jet, the F-47, like the best military jet ever. And since he's the 47th president, he was 45 and 47. And you know how like the popular jets are like F-18, F-35 or something. I don't know how they come up with those numbers, but Boeing is releasing a new jet, top secret jet, fighter jet called the F-47. Pretty cool. Yeah, don't watch CNN and MSNBC. Watch Fox News.
I don't watch
I'm
any of it.
conservative, and if it's conservative leaning, then that's what I would like.
Yeah, it's
But again,
conservative leaning.
Why can't we get something even in Canada that's halfway, like in the middle? Why can't we get both aspects? in one program?
Unfortunately, it's like turning the Titanic. It's very hard. And why do you think Trump won so overwhelmingly? It's because most of this country saw what was happening. They love Canada, but we don't want to be Canada.
No,
You
I
have
don't
much
wanna
more
be Canada.
you have much more reason to want to be an American,
I do.
not a American, but
Absolutely.
you have much more reason to want an American economy than we have a reason to want a Canadian economy.
Absolutely.
I mean, other than your free education and your free medical, which a lot of people
Our education's not free.
well, a lot of but Americans think it is. Okay,
Most of our education is free.
most Americans think it is.
You pay tax, right?
Yes.
Pay
It's not
tax,
free.
you're paying.
Well,
It's not free.
a lot of people.
Nothing
that
is
don't-
free.
a
So
lot of
he's saying
people that don't
even
pay
the
tax,
even the couples that don't have kids have to
They're
pay for
paying,
other
yes.
kids.
people that don't own houses that don't pay tax, they get education for free.
So we all pay tax. Whether you wanna-
But they don't have to pay for it. The
So you
community
want
pays
the
for it.
same
Well, that's
tax.
socialism. That's socialism. Right, that's socialism. We don't want to do that.
No.
No, we don't want to do that. And actually, when you do that, the service goes down.
Yeah.
That's why people come to America to get procedures. I don't know if they do from Canada. But we have the hospitals that we have here. People from all over the world come here, not because it's cheap, because they think the way it's set up, it's the best. The doctors come here because they can get paid.
Yep.
Our doctors are multimillionaires here. We pay our doctors more than any other country in the world. So when a doctor's good, right, really good, where does he want to set up shop? Here in America.
When I hurt myself,
That's true.
When I hurt myself in Vegas and I had to go to a clinic there, that was the best service I ever got in my life.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
No, and that's not even a big market. Vegas is a small little market. It's just a tourist trap. But can you imagine Miami or LA or New York? You know, like NYU and all these hospitals, they got the best doctors in the world there. It's expensive, but people don't, when it comes to your health, people don't care about money, I don't think. It's about getting the right service.
Yeah.
I agree. And in Canada, it's like Italy. You're going to wait in line. Italy, I know, when people get into car accidents, they got to wait in line to get a sling.
You know, when I need an MRI, it's going to take 6 months at home. But I can cross the border 2 hours away and get it within a week or two.
Yeah.
And pay for it.
See, those are some of the reasons why I thought that half your country wanted to have some kind of alliance with America, because your lives would instantly get better. Not years from now, but instantly. It would get better instantly.
Really, just somebody who's going to put the unions first. Put us,
Yeah, but
us, not themselves.
yeah, but do you have even somebody that would even run? You know,
We do.
Yeah, but
would he run? Someone like that?
We have an election in about a month or so from now. We don't know.
You got a woman. You had a woman that was trying to be prime minister. That was on TV. I saw her telling all the Canadians don't go to Florida anymore. Don't spend any. Don't buy American whiskey. It was so stupid. And then you know what? We have. You know who Governor DeSantis is? He's our governor, right? Good friends with Trump, right? But he laughed. He played a clip of her saying that. It made such a fool. He made her look such a fool. He goes, whatever her name was, right? She had like short blonde hair, I believe. And he said to her, he says, do you know that in one day we have more people visiting Disney World than all the Canadians that come here and spend money? In one day. He says in 1 hour we have more people boarding one cruise ship than more. He was kind of putting the numbers in perspective, that if every Canadian didn't come to Florida, right, or even come to the States, the money that we would lose is nothing compared to the money that this country makes with other visitors. That's what he was getting at. You know, but Canadians don't know that. They don't know the way this country operates. They think that if every Canadian doesn't buy American products and doesn't come here, that it's going to hurt us. And, you know, you got Trump and DeSantis laughing at that fact, which is stupid. It's the boycott. It doesn't make sense. It makes people think that...
the way you say it also it's making us look bad, like we're idiots.
I don't think that. I think unfortunately, I think a lot of our country has been misinformed by our political apparatus and our news agencies that are going socialist. And I think you've been listening to that your whole life. You're Canadian. You've been listening to that shit your whole life. Oh, so there's your ship. No, there's your ship right there. So look, there is 2 Norwegian ships. You see?
Yeah.
So you know what? The Encore is better than Jade. You know why? Because if there's 2 Norwegian ships, the better one goes to Norwegian's terminal, which is this big white building. And they built this building the same exact size as the ship. So the ship fits perfectly behind the terminal. So if there's two Norwegian ships, the best one always goes to Terminal B, and the other one goes to Terminal C.
This Encore is a new ship.
Yeah, this is one of their best ones. Yeah.
Are you coming to pick us up on Sunday?
Probably. And if I do pick you up and you come back here, I'll be picking you up in that lot. See where those people are?
Yep.
That's where you're gonna go.
Okay.
See the couple of shuttles over there? That's the shuttle staging lots. Coincidentally, it's across from this terminal. So you'll be getting out of those glass doors. See those glass doors? You get in over there, and then you
Across
come.
the street.
So you're going to just go across the street. There's a crosswalk right where those cars are turning in.
Yeah.
See the guy with the luggage cart?
Yeah.
And you're going to be there. The shuttle will probably be here waiting for you.
Okay.
But if not, you're just going to wait in that lot.
Okay.
Yeah. They're going to tell you to wait. They're going to tell you to wait in that parking garage, but you don't listen to them. You just come across. Here's the crosswalk right here. See this? See this line? That's the crosswalk. It is dangerous over here because the crosswalk kind of stops, so you just got to be careful. But that's what they're doing. See, their shuttle driver told them to wait right where I'm telling you to wait.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right, so this is where I'm allowed in here because I'm a shuttle. This is where I usually drop off people. The cars and the Ubers are over there. We're just going to wait until somebody pulls out, and then as long as there's nobody behind me, vehicle, maybe I can go behind this Mercedes.
This guy's going the wrong way.
Or the car.
And
Yeah, there's a car.
Not only is he going the wrong way, but no cars are supposed to be in here. All the way up front. Oh, he wants this open for a big bus then. All right, well, I'm going to try to get a porter over here so you... He already waved me down. This is going to be your porter right here.
Yep.
So look at the line. See the line? I told you there was a line, right? So no matter what time you get here, there's a line. But the later you come, the smaller the line. And there's nothing to do here, right? There's no bathrooms, there's no water, there's no stores, there's just a line. Actually, those people work on the ship. These people work on the ship. That's not the line to get in. The line to get in is right there on the left. See the line is moving? That's the line to get on. Yeah. These guys work on the ship right here. You see how they're all like Asian and Bangladesh? That's not for me, is it? every day. This is tourist capital of the world, so every day busy from 3 a.m. on.
Should be fun.
It's nice today. It's not too hot because it's got this cloudiness going on. It's actually great. This is great weather. You would think, oh, it's not good because of the sun, but it's better. This weather is better than if there's a sun. That's a cop too. Cop stopped them. Undercover cop stopped them. Are you Hawaiian, Tristan?
No, we are Vietnamese.
I have a Hawaiian friend that looks like you.
Oh, really?
A lot like you. Yeah, he's a bodybuilder, Hawaiian bodybuilder.
Is it
Got the
what?
same kind of, not your physique, but he's got your face looks like him,
Oh, gotcha.
and he's Hawaiian.
Huh.
Actually, to be honest with you, I don't know what he is. Just because you live in Hawaii doesn't mean you're Hawaiian, right? Right. I say he's Hawaiian, but he's probably not Hawaiian. This is going to be Messi's soccer field. You guys like soccer? You know Lionel Messi?
Uh-huh.
That's his soccer field they're building. Yeah.
We've never been to Miami.
Oh,
We
no?
don't know anything here, no.
Oh. Well, it's awesome, man. It's awesome. Where do you guys live?
Arkansas.
Oh. Well, it's very different than Arkansas.
Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
What do we do over there?
Like, how did Vietnamese people end up in Arkansas?
No. I
Well,
like it over there, though.
Just because you're there doesn't mean you have to stay there.
Yeah. I like it there, though.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where did you live before that?
Always Arkansas.
See, that's why you don't know any better.
Yeah.
You think if you lived here?
No big city.
Exactly. I lived in New York City most of my life. And you would think, wow, New York's got to be great, right? You look, wow, New York City's so fun, so exciting. And then once I came here, I thought New York sucked. But I thought New York was great. And then I came here and I realized New York is terrible. So you think Arkansas is great, but once you live here, you're going to think it's better here.
We don't like people. We like just land.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously, you like what you're used to. If you're on a farm and there's a lot of country around and you love that, then yeah, you probably would like this. There's no country and farms here. No place to ride a dirt bike, let's put it that way. I tried to find a place to ride a dirt bike. It's like 4 hours away. Yeah, in the middle of Florida somewhere. And it's not even a good place, it's just a place.
My mom's asking how long is it from the airport to the port?
It's about 20 minutes.
20-minute drive?
Yeah. 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, it's pretty close, but there's going to be a lot of traffic because it's the port. We're going to go through a tunnel, and the tunnel's usually pretty backed up. But we should be there. You guys should be boarding the ship in about a half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shouldn't be any line this time. This time, you could walk right on the ship.
Okay.
It is close, but like I said, the traffic backs up.
That's what we don't got.
Yeah, this is a big bottleneck over here. They're building a brand new highway, so the highway construction slows everybody down.
driver for this company, or
It's four drivers, 8 vans.
do you charge a half day rate or anything like that?
Talking about when you get off the ship.
Yeah.
No, but we do a drop-off tour, which means we hold your luggage, we drop you off at the beach, the mall, or the casino. You come back 3 hours before your flight, and bring you to the airport. And that's the same as a one-way price. So whatever you pay for a one-way, you pay one more time for the tour. But it's not a tour where you're driving around in the van. It's just we pick you up, we bring you to a location that you want to spend time at. We recommend the beach, the mall, or the casino. We hold your luggage, and then we come back and get you 3 hours before the flight, and then we bring you to the airport. That's the only thing that's what we provide. We don't provide an hourly rate where you can just drive around. Yeah.
Bro, I think
infrastructure. That's 7 more years. That's just whatever it takes.
Is that a renovation?
No, they're building a giant arches to make Miami recognizable. So in the future, in the next 10 years, 5 years, whenever, you're going to see Miami, you're going to see a bunch of colored rings like this in downtown Miami. And that's what they're building right here. And there's going to be a park down here. And there's going to be a highway that goes right through the rings. So this is kind of like a feature of Miami in the future. But they're about halfway done. Got about another 7 years to go.
How long they've been at it?
7 years. It's a 15-year project. It's a highway system and that decorative arches. So if you look to the right, you can see the island. This is called Dodge Island. It's a man-made island. It's a man-made island. The left side of the island, which is the the north side, is cruise ships, and then the right side of the island is all cargo ships. So you got Virgin, which is adults only. Then you got two Carnival ships. Then you got 2 Norwegian ships. Then you got a Royal Caribbean ship, and then yours is all the way in the front. MSC Seaside is in the front. That's the first terminal, and the newest terminal. They just opened it this month. It's only been open a couple of weeks.
You ever seen a cruise in person? Crazy. Just wait till you're next to it.
Wait, can you get one like that?
Me? Got money for that. Why not?
Yeah.
This tunnel goes under the water?
Yeah, under the water, Biscayne Bay it's called. Key Biscayne, yeah, Biscayne Bay, yeah. You can take the bridge or the tunnel. So if you're downtown Miami, you take the bridge. But if you're coming off the highway, you take the tunnel. Next weekend is Ultra Music Festival. You ever heard of that?
No.
It's the biggest EDM concert, outdoor concert in the country. All electronic house music, all special DJs.
Yeah.
Tiesto and all those guys, and that's right here in downtown Miami next weekend. They're building the staging and everything right now. So next weekend is the busiest weekend of the year in downtown Miami.
That'll be fun.
When are you guys coming back? Is it a week from now?
Yep.
Oh, then when you come back, it's going to be very hard for you to get transportation. It's going to be very hard for you to get a ride. So just prepare to wait and deal with the chaos.
I just have to talk to my mom. Because her flight is not till 8 or 7 at midnight.
Yeah, you want to try to make you're not going to be able to make reservations that day.
Yeah.
So you better make reservations. Oh shit, what am I doing? God damn, I'm talking to you and I went the wrong way. Shit. Hold on. Yeah, you're going to need to make reservations, some kind of shuttle transportation way, especially because you have the wheelchair and stuff. You can't take an Uber.
Yeah.
So you're going to need a shuttle, and most shuttles are probably already booked for next weekend. And the ones that are booked are probably not even going to be able to do the jobs that they already got because it's ultra. So if the shuttle companies, like, I don't think we're available. So we can't work. I'm almost positive we're booked up. Yeah.
Okay.
But you definitely want to have somebody, otherwise you're going to be stuck on this island. And there's nothing to do here. No businesses, no way to spend any money or anything. There's no bathrooms. No bottled water. When you get out of that terminal, you got to get out of there. You got to get off this island.
been in this terminal?
Only once.
Only once.
So you see the guys with the white shirts?
Yeah.
Those are porters. All they're going to do is check your luggage to see if you have luggage tags on them. Those are those. See those people have those papers with the staples on there.
Yeah.
And once you have those, he just puts it on the cart and then you go in.
Okay.
I guess up that escalator right there.
Okay. Sean, do you?
Everybody take your time when you get out. Tell everybody to be careful they don't hit their head on that.